Hi there, it's me. It's me, Scott. Um, I don't feel like working on volume one today. I'm very resistant to it for some reason, and sometimes, when you're resistant to things, you just got to push through it. But I'm trying to give myself a break a little bit sometimes lately, and just do things that I'm interested in. Because I like I've mentioned before, I am a pretty strong believer of just following the gravity of your interests, and like you get interested in something, and so you just like follow that thread a little bit. And so for reasons I don't exactly understand, I mean, I kind of get, I know where it comes from, but I don't know exactly why I'm motivated to pursue it. But I do all these audio apps in Unity, and I've had different ways over the years of generating sounds, and I'm just fascinated with this file format called sound fonts. It's this 90s-ish, I think, file format that is, I mean, it aims to be exactly what it sounds like. It's like a font, but instead of letters, it's got a bunch of sounds in it. And it does fancy things like you can have lots of instruments, you can have a minimal set of actual samples that get shifted around to fill out the whole, to make the whole instrument. So you can make a piano, you don't need a sample for every key. You can have a sample every few keys, and it kind of pitch shifts them. And I did that stuff for melodic and ostinato myself, and just like figured it out and shifted stuff up and around. But I've just been thinking, I don't know. And then I did a different project that uses sound fonts, and I just kind of like them. And so I guess I'm slightly interested in sound fonts for whatever reason. I just am. And then I'm slightly interested in trying to write a parser for them, because that's just not the kind of thing I really do very often. I mean, I write parsers. I've written some parsers for some things, I guess, but like for just to try to look at some spec for a binary file and parse that, I have not done much of that, and I don't know that I've ever done it in C#. So I just kind of want to try that. I don't know why, but maybe I don't have to know why. I also know this is a nice kitty, but we're gonna find some different wallpaper. Excuse me. I'm not using the utility that we spent time writing yet, because I need to just, the Stream Deck is right there. I just need to put a button. Just make a button, It's not hard. Is this a flying person? Not thrilled with our options here today. They're at least loading quickly. Give them that. Now that I say that, it's being slow. Well, okay. It's funny because we saw yesterday that Life is Yours impersonator wearing that same jacket, I think. Hong Kong. Okay, there's our impersonator. Why are we getting so many of these? We may have to open our utility. Let's go with this for now. Okay, so we want to probably make a new Unity file, a new Unity project. That's just called, like, doesn't really matter what it is. Where have we been storing this stuff? Streams? Sound Foundry. Is that how you spell Foundry? Foundry? You gotta have an exciting name. Okay, so there's this, who's this guy? this person that's got these wild sound fonts, these like this sound font that they've been cultivating for 20 years. But I cannot remember their name. That's okay. We can use this old version of Unity for now. Didn't really mean to do that, but that's okay. Awesome sound fonts. So there's just this general user GS. This person, Christian Collins, that's what I was thinking of. So let's just grab this. And I don't know that I'll really pursue this or really use it. There's lots of other ways that I could do this. Of course, I could go with like my own more general purpose solution. I could go with, you know, any number of existing tools or any number of existing ways to do this. Like, there's a million ways to do it. I just happen today to be interested in trying to write a parser. And I have some inkling of how to do this because on Handmade Hero, I think really early on Handmade Hero, Casey Muratori writes a riff parser for WAV files, and I think sound fonts are also riff. So I've at least seen someone do this before, for whatever that's worth. Kind of been tempted not to do this in Unity and just to set up a .NET project. I don't know. Let's start here, and if it just becomes super annoying to you know, hit play every time we want to test something. But found, no, what am I doing? Found Foundry. Okay, we've done it. So this is going to be all kind of an annoying thing, right? So we want I'm just going to put it in streaming assets. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. So we're gonna do what? We're just gonna start, I guess. Read all bytes. We should just include system.io. We're going to use it a ton. That combine application.stream application application. Are we just not gonna work here, Unity? Let's switch to a later Unity because I feel like I have this problem when I bop back and forth with old versions. VS Code just deciding not to work. But it seems okay when I use the latest, generally. Maybe. Not that this is the latest, but it's at least 2020.3. We'll see. So we're going to need SFT sound font file specification. And I again want to reiterate that I don't really know what I'm doing here, but I think we can figure it out. And maybe it'll be interesting, or maybe it'll be boring and terrible. So we have this giant document that is detailing what's up. But so here's what I understand is that you have like this nested hierarchy in a riff where it's sort of like there's a little code that tells you what the thing is. Then there is a well, that isn't exactly what I thought it was. Okay, I guess you just have a bunch of these. You have a code that says like, here's the data you're about to see, right? And that thing is just a double word, which is 32 bits. So D word is 32 bits. So maybe we'll set up some type depths or whatever. Then there's a size that is also 32 bits. And then there's just some number of bytes that are that size. And that's like the next thing down. And it's this hierarchy of things. And then it'll be like a new thing that's like, here's this new thing, and here's what this new thing is, and so on and so on. But they don't always follow. That's the basics of a chunk, but I think chunks can have other stuff. Yeah, so like these are like level 0. I don't exactly know. The way they describe this is a little weird. But hopefully we can just figure it out. But then it's going to have a new chunk that is the info list, and then we look down at what that is, and it's a info. And then it's going to have stuff in it that's this thing. And so, you know, what we would expect is to read our riff header or whatever, or like SFBK, we would expect to be our word. And then there'd be some amount of size. And then in that size, we'll expect to see these things. So that's, again, I don't really know what I'm doing, but that's what I am kind of expecting. I didn't mean to double click that. Okay, is completion gonna work here? Or was it right all along? I don't know, man. I don't know why Visual Studio Code never works ever. Was it SF2? I think it was. And this is just going to return an array of bytes. I'm in the wrong language. Right? It's weird that throws me off. Going back and forth since I've been in C and C++. It's pretty weird. Okay. Am I just wrong here? What is that? Persistent data path. Did I misspell it? It's not really inside application. Oh, I misspelled it, first of all, but I don't know why IntelliSense is not working, except for the fact that it just, like once a week or so, it just doesn't work. And it's super annoying, and there's no real reason for it, as far as I can tell. We'll go look at we'll do the dumb stuff and see if we've got the latest package. Maybe that's the problem. Can you please open the package manager? Okay. That says we've got the latest thing. But do I believe it? No. Yeah, why is it so dumb? Why is it so bad? That's completing. There it goes. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna do this. So what I want to be able to do, and I just am not. I don't really know how to do this in VS Code, but we'll figure it out. Yes, enabled button. This just might be way slower than we want it to be, really. Maybe we should just go do this in .NET for now, because we're not going to get to the Unity part of this for some time, I don't think. Okay, so... we couldn't find the file. Well, because it's not supposed to be persistent data path. It's supposed to be streaming assets path. Of course, obviously. This just going back and forth feels like it might get super tedious. You know? So, slightly tempted to just go is this debugger just not going to do anything? Do we have to have another line? Good grief. Oh. If we can't even read the file, we're gonna be in trouble. It really looks like we've read the file. Maybe I just need to do one line later. Because all I'm trying to do, I just want to look at the bytes of the file. And I don't really know how to do that. Okay, we've got all the bytes. So I'm pretty sure there's a way, there's like clever, fun ways to look at these things. Where you can change how they're viewed. But maybe not. Maybe that's only in Visual Studio. A memory viewer. I mean, we can look at individual bytes like this, you know, and just see the bytes. It'd be nice to be able to change the format we're viewing, just to see if this says the thing we think it's gonna say, which is, I don't remember. What do we think the first bytes are? We think the first bytes are gonna be SFBK. So it'd be helpful to just look at this in but that already seems wrong because there's a... Oh, this is probably RIFF, right? Because F would be 80. No, that's not right. 70? Is that true? Wait, that's not right. Is F 70? Can we view these as hex? Can we view them as anything else? Let's see. Watch as hex. Okay, so if we do variable name, comma H, we can't do that. you would want that to work, but I mean, we could just maybe find some hex viewer that would view it for us. Could just view this file in hex. That's probably the thing to do, right? Let's just find a hex buddy. A hex editor from Microsoft. Okay. Hex editor open file. So how do we just pick a thing? Open with hex editor. Open anyways. Okay. So that's a hexadecimal, which as a 70. So okay. And then there is 4 bytes of size. And then there's the next thing, which is the SFBK. Although that doesn't quite make sense to me because this has list right after that. So I didn't think that like literally said the word list, but apparently does. Like list of info. I didn't think that's how chunks worked. 3 chunks, an info list chunk containing a number required. So that gets us this. But doesn't that seem weird? That's definitely not what I expected. I was expecting, like this must be the size, right? So if we pick all of these, can we not do that? View this as a, I guess it's just starting from here. 4 bytes or 32 bytes would be that, which would be 3 megabytes. So that's saying there's 3 megabytes of data, I think. But then this is a little weird. That's name. This must be some bytes. I'm guessing this is bytes, list, and then some bytes. So that's kind of weird. Like, I would not... There must just be some other thing in here, right? Or if it's like, there's the riff. First there's riff, and then everything, and that's just what starts, and then from then on, that still doesn't make sense. Because it still looks like we're saying, like that SFBK. So we're going to see riff, then we're going to see SFBK. That must just be like kind of a label or something. Okay, let's try to understand this. 3 chunks. Really the only place that's shown. It's just, so the thing that's really confusing me is I would have expected this to be followed by a size. That SFBK immediately would have been followed by a size. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like you have a riff, then a size, I assume that's a size, and then what is this? Because then there's a list and a size, and then an info, IFIL, like, it feels like there's a missing thing in there. But maybe there's not. Like Like these types are pretty weird. Like once you get down here into so SFPK form, info list, like all of these, it eventually reduces these all just to like types basically. So when you see this iver rec, like this is what's really in there. You know, so then you break down these. But as far as like the data structure of what the top level thing is, I don't get it. Okay, maybe I just got to read this. Tag structure. Tag structure is useful, etc., etc. So you can skip over stuff because each piece has here. You can just skip it if you don't understand it. Okay. So then there's chunks. So this is what a chunk looks like. Which says there's an ID, then a size, and then the data. So what is... I don't understand. I just don't understand this. Unless it's literally like, hey, that's just what this starts with. You're gonna see this first, and it doesn't count. It's just the first thing at the beginning of it, and then after that, everything is going to be ID, size, info. But then this info is not. Well, okay, but maybe when you drill all the way down. So this is the info list, right? What is IFIL? Okay, maybe you don't get a size for something like info because you just know what it is. You just know that. Because info is like rigidly defined. But then IFIL, then there's a version. So this is an iver rec. And that's this, and it has the major and minor in two 16-bit values. And you just know that? I don't know, man. Like, how do you know for this stuff that's a string? So we have info. And that starts with this IFILCK, which is an iver rec, which is this. So what is an inum? The inum subchunk. Okay, wait. Are these... Okay, so they break down these a little more. Unions. Okay, so that guy has this IFIL subchunk. So is that what this is? Is a subchunk? So you hit this and it's like, hey, it's a subchunk and I know about that? Pretty weird, man. There's a mandatory subchunk identifying the sound font specification version to which the file complies. There's always 4 bytes in length. So that's this. But then where was inum? The inum subchunk, mandatory subchunk. It contains an ASCII string of 256 or fewer bytes. The total byte count has to be even. So how do you know the length of that? Because this implies there's a length there. So it's just always this. I fill is always that. But I name. And this has got to be zero terminated. It's a little annoying. So do you get the length, or you don't know the length and you just have to find, like, what's here? This is 22. So is that the length of this? Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and then this icing. So that does have a length. So I'm just pretty confused about. So it seems like you can't. Kyle, how's it going? Oh man, I don't know. There's just some stuff for this project that's going to drag on forever. I'm still kind of ignoring it. Honestly ignoring it a little bit. Wow, Metro Exodus coming to Humble Choice in May. How about that? I was a little disappointed in that game. What's other work emails I'm annoying? I have to actually start a job tomorrow. For 8 weeks. 8 weeks. 8 weeks. Okay, so here's how I think this works. You get a thing, and then based on that thing, you know what the next thing is supposed to be. So I know when I see a riff. I'm honestly confused by stuff like this, though, because it doesn't have a length. And this doesn't have a length. So I don't really know how to go about parsing this. I don't know. I also am tempted to try to do this with pointers in C#, and I've never used pointers in C#. So sound font is kind of a cool thing. It's a single file, and then that file will have like a bunch of metadata information about it, but then it has a bunch of audio clips in it, basically, for all kinds of instruments. Like if you think of like general MIDI, this sound font, for example, has all those. So like if we open up this sound font, for example. So this single sound font has all of these instruments built into it. And it has all these, so it has all these samples built into it, which is like, here's an accordion at a bunch of different pitches. Not every pitch, but just a set of pitches. And then there'll be an instrument that is like, okay, what if we take that accordion and we use all those pitches and we know how to like bend them around to make it sound like a whole accordion? Like you can specify how those samples will be played, and then have all these things of like these. Oops, did I accidentally edit that? I didn't mean to. A way to play those samples so it seems like a full instrument, even though you only have a subset of the samples. So, like, as another example, how many piano samples do we have? There's no piano? Maybe it's called grand piano or something. Grand piano. So, grand piano normally has 88 keys. This only has, however many that is, a dozen or so. And then the instrument will say, okay, I know I don't have every note, but any note you ask me for, I will make that note for you, basically, using the notes that I have. So it's kind of a cool thing. It's pretty antiquated tech, really, but I'm just interested in it today. Sometimes that happens. I don't know why we don't have a grand piano instrument. Maybe it's called something else, like Studio Grand or something. Anyway, so I just am trying to write a parser for it, more for the practice of trying to write a parser than trying to write, specifically deal with sound fonts, although I am interested in that. But there's frankly more efficient ways to do that. I am really debating, because we're going to be tweaking this and playing this, doing this so much. I really think we want to not use Unity to start with in this. Maybe we'll regret this. I don't know. Because we know now how to see if I can do this right. So we need this developer command prompt. And then we want to I think we just open code in here and it will know all the stuff that we need. Maybe. And then we can just make a new TS file. I don't think that's really how we do this, but I can't remember. We gotta like do the thing that creates the .NET project, and I just don't remember how to do it. .NET new. Maybe I was supposed to already type that. .NET new console, probably. Okay, and that makes a program. So we don't need this. So we'll do it all in here. So now we can do .NET. What? Does it run? I don't think that's right. Why is that so slow? Oh, you're so slow. You're so slow. Everything is so slow. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm kind of just astonished at how slow that is. Okay. But, is our debugger actually going to work? .NET Core. Okay. Seemingly this is going to work. Who knows? But let's try it. This may be a terrible idea. Everything about it might be a bad idea, but not committing to anything. We're just going to try it and see what we think instead of working. So we still want probably using system.io. I don't think we need all of system. So we want a file.readAllBytes. That show an array of bytes. So we really want to just like run it. Do I do build? Is that a build and run, or run without debugging is Control F5? I see. Just said run without debugging, but it debugged it. What is the syntax? We're not in Unity? I forgot. Console right line. Okay, we're in a mess now. Don't save. Okay. That was a silly thing to do. Okay, but we don't have console. Whatever. So control F5. Hello world, you print it. Okay, great. So here's what I want to figure out. Like, if we have something that is like a... I don't know. So we have a D word, which is a uint32, I think. So should we just type def some stuff so that we match this? Is that how you do this? I don't think I did that right. Can I do that in C#? But I could. Oh, is it using? Right. D word is equal to uint32. Can I do that? Doesn't look like I can. Okay. But that's not true. Yeah, that's true. So then we can just have these types using word equals system.int16. And then I think like a byte should already be a byte, but whatever. Just so our types match. And then if we really wanted to, we could do this as well. Like 4cc is their thing. Their little 4-character code. Why don't you do this? No, the 8-week project is more like it's a Unity project, and it's kind of probably going to be working more on animation. This is more just for the music stuff that I'm doing, because I have been using sound fonts for some stuff, and I'm kind of interested in getting sound fonts working in Unity, but you know. Okay, so we have 4cc. I really don't like their names for things, so we'll have our own. Chunk ID. We have a D word, chunk size, and then we have a byte array of chunk size plus a pad byte to align to word. So I don't think we want this, but so here's the thing I want to try, and I just don't know. I don't know. So if we have like a what do they call that? So this is a chunk. And then this will have some number of bytes, and we just don't know what they are. I mean, I could just have like I guess a pointer to those. This is I just don't know anything about pointers in C#, really. But let's not worry about that just yet. So let's try chunk can this be a pointer to bytes? Like, I really don't know. May only be used. Pointers and fixed size buffers may only be used in an unsafe context. So I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't use pointers for this. There's probably not really a reason to. I just never have. So I'm a little curious about using pointers in C#. So you have to say that it's unsafe. So you'd point to that address. I don't know. We really probably shouldn't do this way. Do we even use unsafe in here? So we have to compile with /unsafe. This seems like a real hassle. So we don't have to do this. Instead, we can like just read pieces. So the alternate, I guess the alternate way to do this would be to say chunk is equal to, there's a way to do this. There's like a, but this goes to a specific type. So there's like this stuff, but we don't want that. We want to like go to kind of just some arbitrary type. And I actually don't know how to do that. Like this is stuff that would definitely be, I mean, at least, I don't know. There's a way that I could think of to do this that you do in C, but I don't know how to, I don't know like the appropriate way. So they're using pointers compiled with unsafe. I just don't know about using unsafe in Unity. But we can't do this. It's pretty annoying. Best practice is to marshal. Really? GC handle alloc. So I'm nervous about doing any allocations if we're going to use this in Unity also. From the byte array into a memory stream, then instantiate a binary reader on that stream. That's kind of interesting, because then you just would be reading as you go, basically, and then setting things as you go. It's kind of annoying because you have to do things line by line, which is pretty lame. Definitely a bit lame. I also don't know if there's, I'm sure there's a way in binary reader to just skip ahead. Read bytes, marshal. Can we do this? So you can do from binary reader, and it will read the bytes. It'll allocate. I mean, this actually is maybe the thing we really want. Reads a block from the file and converts it into the struct that you want. So that's actually kind of cool. Let me just wrap up all our marshalling. Yeah, the unsafe stuff worries me a little bit. I just don't like stuff like this. I'm just worried about doing in Unity. I just have no idea. Oh boy, this is annoying. After being in C++ and C for the last couple weeks. I mean, at least it seems, so it's gonna, you know, it exists in Unity, I guess. We can feel good about that. So we're gonna read the bytes, we're gonna marshal it to that type. We get a pointer to the structure. We free that immediately, and then we return the structure. So this seems like not terrible. Something like this. Well, that's how it's gone. I was going to link to the source, but I don't know. This is a little annoying because I'm already feeling off track, right? Like I'm already feeling like, well, now we're just... did I not put that in? Oh, you're not in the class. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. And then the GC handle and Marshall is like system whatever, interop services or whatever it is. This. Okay. So instead of doing this, we need a binary reader. So we want to do like using... So first we need a using stream reader. Reader equals new, stream reader. Stream reader equals new stream reader. I think you could just give this a file name. Maybe not. No, it's like file. What is it? I forgot. How do we do this? Okay, so we can make a binary reader. That's what it is. Binary reader file open. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay, we can do this inside here. And then this can be it's already annoying. C# is already making this annoying. Okay. And then we need a just read file mode open. So then what we would need to do is something like chunk chunk equals from binary reader chunk reader. Something like that. Or whatever. That not run. Just so slow. So chunk, what's in our chunk? Can we not view this? We want to view this as a byte array. So how can we do that? Like, so that's our hex values, 4646. The coolest thing I've seen someone do with sound fonts. I mean, it's a funny thing. So the main thing they used to be used for back in the day is to take a MIDI file and then run it through. You know, you'd play it with your hardware, which at the time was like some sound blaster, and you could take the bad MIDI sounding synthesized examples and play sound font samples. And so some of the stuff that's because of that, you could kind of like interpret any existing song through a new set of instruments. So you could find like video game systems and stuff like that, like like SNES or Mega Drive, Sega sound fonts, chiptune sound fonts. So you could take whatever, like an existing MIDI file, an existing song, and then play it back through a different set of sound fonts. College Slam basketball sound fonts. So it looks like these are sound fonts from the games, where people have pulled these directly from games. So you could like play a song with the literal samples from whatever, College Slam basketball or Harvest Moon or whatever. So that's pretty cool. You can do stuff like that. Like people have archived these things. GBA sound fonts. So yeah, they're not a very glamorous thing, but they're kind of cool. They have potentially cool uses. So yeah, they read these individual things like this, reading those pieces. So like we're kind of doing this. This just lets us do these types. Go to Marshall 2, which I'm not even familiar with this syntax, like this pinning. I don't even know what that means. And then free. I don't know. Seems to be a way to do the thing that we want to do based on the types that are defined here. So at a glance, though, it seems... Can I do a chunk as hex? Probably not. Or maybe I can. No. But I can do chunk dot chunk ID as hex. And that looks like it is RIFF. So it's Little Indian, so it's kind of backwards from what you'd expect it to be. So how can we compare this? I remember on Handmade Hero, Casey Murtori did a thing where he like made a little macro that would take 4 characters and then structure them in this way, but I don't know. I don't know if I care that much. We just might have a lot of these, is the thing. Well, maybe we don't. Like, how many do we actually... Wait, that was the wrong... That's the wrong thing to do. We want to be here. Or this, like, open with hex editor. I'll open anyways. So, I said open anyways. Anyways, very casual. Open anyways. So like RIFF, but then we have it stored Little Indian, so it ends up kind of backwards. So we could just store those hex codes depending on how many there are, you know, like if there's a ton of them, that might get kind of annoying. How do you want to do that? Maybe we could just get a hex code for it, I guess. 46. And just store those as whatever, you know, have like a whatever it was. I don't remember what it was. Can I do that in namespace? No? Really? I can't define that stuff out here? Or is it like, maybe you can't do that. Okay, has to be this. Public const. Public const. Like, why? I can have... Well, this says I can't do that. But this says I can do that. Oh, maybe I can't. Oh, I see. Stick it in a class. I see. So I can't do that. We gotta have a class that had those types, I guess. Or maybe even an enum. Can you have an enum out here? You gotta have a class. I don't know. Is that a thing you can do? Have I seen this before? Is it the Wamba video?
How great is it that we get to...
How great is it that I pay for YouTube Premium, but I'm always logged out, so I have to wait for commercials? I have seen this, and it's awesome. It reminds me of, I love stuff like this. One of my favorite ones from many years ago was like old technology. I can't actually remember the name of the artist who did this. I think it was this person, James Houston. It's very good. I hesitate to play it because we'll probably get in trouble. But I think this was their thesis project, using like antiquated technology as instruments. I'll just throw it in chat. It's really good. It's good. I like weird instruments. So, you know, I don't know. Like, this would be a way to do this. Then we have to figure out what those things are, which is a little annoying. In case it's not clear, I kind of barely know what I'm doing at the moment, and then add to that I'm trying to do a thing in in a language, in a different language. It's not good. Okay, so 46, 46, 49, 52. I guess this is one way to do this. Feels weird. But this, I mean, and then is that 3 megabytes or 31? So that's 32 meg. So you'd kind of expect that sound font would be about 30. Yeah, in that ballpark. Okay. So that's the size that happens. I don't know really how much progress we're going to make on this, because this feels like a pretty annoying thing to do in C Sharp. This is kind of cool. It's kind of cool, but it would definitely be easier if we could just like point to the bytes, I think. Okay, so we can do this, and then now if we read a chunk, we now know its size and type. So it's like if chunk is equal chunk dot, that chunk, what was it? Chunk dot chunk ID. I guess we don't really need, it's a little redundant, right? And then these would not be types. These would be like chunk ID. Something like that. I don't know. So we could say like if chunk dot ID. Those aren't public. Is that my problem? Is that really my problem? Chunk ID is equal to chunk ID.ref. Int and chunk ID. Why? So that is why not? Why? Oh, what do we want it to be though? It's like a 4cc, right? Chunk.size. I don't know, man. This might be a full variant. Silly thing to do. Okay, so we did it. We read it. What a triumph. We really pulled it off. We'll just leave a breakpoint here just so we can. Okay, so the whole idea, now we know a size, I guess. So what is the next thing that we read? How do we decide that? Because I'm pretty confused about this. Being, like the next thing is this SFBK, but it doesn't have a size. So, isn't that weird? Am I just, I mean, clearly I'm just not understanding this. Because there's a code. Right? So we did this. We're all good. And then there's some bytes. And then riff and list may contain nested chunks called subchunks and their data. So that's fine. Ordering requirements of subchunk. So is it really just that like this first header is different? And then after that everything is good? Like is that the issue? Is like the riff header happens to be weird? And then chunk headers are fine? Yeah. So there's like a file type header. So there's a riff, and then there's a size, and then there's a file type header. So maybe it kind of seems like this. That there's actually like another then there's a size. So this, if that's like the ID, what do they call these? 4cc, 4 character code. You know, that's what this seems like, is that we're actually reading a format. So we're not reading a chunk, we're reading the header first. Maybe that's what's up. I think it's something like that. And then I think if we look, we'll just get like we'll get a format code. Oops. Oh, of course. So we get ID, size, and format. So for example, header.id in hex should be our, and then header dot format in hex. Oops, comma. Is whatever, is SFBK. right? And then we get started on chunks. Some of the stuff is really going to be tricky to read, I think. We're going to have to read it like an element at a time and not use the marshalling trick. Maybe we just don't care about the marshalling trick. I feel like that makes things a little complicated, and it was my idea, and I don't know. Okay, so that kind of means, though, that now we have this. Can I copy that? Oh. 6B, 62, 6673. 6B, 62, 66, 73. So I think that's our format that we're looking for. So first we're looking for the header. And then we're saying like if header.format equals we'll be so pleased. Yes. What's your problem? What's your problem? That's not how programming works. Okay. Do we actually get to here? We seem to. It'd be nice to have a little thing that did do the strings to whatever. I don't think it's that big of a deal because I don't think we actually have that many of these. We may really only have those two. And that's not true. We'll have like info and list at least. I think we'll have a lot of these actually. So once we do that, though, then what do? Then we say, give me a chunk. And a chunk is going to have... It's pretty weird. I just don't really understand. Because it's not... You kind of just have to look at 4 characters at a time. Like, it's not necessarily like this info comes with this ifill with a number. It's well defined. It's not like there's not a size there. So it's not always a I don't know. Like, what is a chunk versus not a chunk is pretty confusing to me. And it seems like you don't know until you look at the character code, right? Like, you got to look at the character code to know what's up. Like, we have an info here, then our info is immediately followed by this size. So it's a list of type info. Is that what's going on here actually? Maybe that's actually how to read this. Is that it's a list that is this long of type info, and then once you're inside of that, you start to look at what things are, and you can say like, oh boy, I don't know, man. Like, the info reader seems like it's very much its own thing. That just makes it seem like the chunk that they kind of I don't know. I feel like this is not describing this very well. Because this implies that a chunk is like a size that it's not this. Unless you think of it as the format is the thing that starts something. But it's like the first thing in your form, in your... So there's a riff header. And there's this list that is info. And there's this list that is SDTA. And there's this list that is this. So you expect that to be like list, then like this type name thing is really confusing to me. Three chunks. Like this just seems to be not true. Two types. So info and list may contain nested subchunks as their data. But you don't really start knowing about info until you see info. You like sort of say, oh, like here comes an info. So the info list chunk. Isn't that weird? Like the idea of there being this little sub name just seems to be glossed over here. Right? Like that's just... Kyle, thanks for checking out. Hanging out. Thanks for checking out the stream. This is probably going to be a boring stream because it's me just kind of struggling through figuring out how to even think about doing this. And I'm really confused about this. Like, what's the right way to think about this? Do you think of this as... I don't know. Sentiment to riff structure is section 4. This is section 4. Isn't this weird? Because they call this info list, but it really looks to me like it is a list of type info. Like it's like you kind of want to say, like, you look at these 4-byte dudes, you get 4 bytes at a time, and you say, like, this is the header. Okay, then I know the next thing is going to be the size and the whatever you call this thing. Like the type header, or is that the header? Maybe this just would be obvious to someone who knows what they're doing, but that clearly isn't me. I mean, there's all these other things that are so complicated that are like making my head spin a little bit. Like all the other stuff you really have to care about with sound fonts is really daunting. Like all this, like modulators and generators and all of that stuff is like pretty I almost certainly don't want to get into that, right? Like if like somebody else has already done that work for sure with like fluid synth or whatever. Which I don't think we want to get into it. So I guess I'm like my summary of that is I don't think we're going to carry this all the way. I just am. I'm just curious about it. This is probably where we just were, right? Yeah, I feel like I'm just not understanding. Yeah, great. The specs. I get it. I just would like some confirmation that what I'm thinking. Because that it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't understand that other header piece basically. And if I could just see somebody else say like, oh, by the way, riff and list. Okay, so only riff and list are actually chunks. So the riffed chunk encompasses the entire file. And then there's list chunks for info. So info follows the first list size bytes. And it's got all these subchunks in it. So, I mean, it seems, I get it. So it means that that is part of the bytes, right? So, but presets. So I wonder how you can know the current byte you're on a binary reader. Will it tell you what byte you're on? Yeah, I guess you just call read bytes just to skip. Position. So the seek seems not bad, except neither of those are in here, which seems weird. So here's what I'm going to do, and maybe this is a bad idea, but we're going to forgo. We're not going to do this. We're going to like trying to cram that in just feels complicated, and deal with the structures feels complicated, when I feel like all we really want to do is just read so like binary reader. No, like reader, read, and then 32, which is really under the hood what these D words are. And just do it one at a time like this. It's more verbose, but I feel like it's going to just make it easier for us to see what's going on. These are all D words, and that's also a forward CC. You know, so this is just saying, hey, we're going to read the first whatever 12 bytes, and then decide what to do. Because then we can say if header equals code dot whatever. If and format equals whatever code dot sbfk, then we're good, right? Then we're happy. And just not think, because I'm getting confused, frankly. And then the thing that gets tricky is like it says that the order's not necessarily defined, and that's a little worrisome. Just to know if it's like, hey, if it's an info, you know, as we say, okay, we got a list, great, because really this should contain 3 lists, right? Is that true? Is that's all that's at the top level here? I lost my. That truly all that you should find, there should be lists, right? We should find lists, and then we should be happy. So we will read a list with its, I don't know what this is called. Was our other friend more helpful? Didn't we find one of these that seemed slightly more? Yeah, the case is maybe problematic too, but chunks, 4 characters. So there's a chunk, and then there's a 4-byte number giving the size. I don't think we need a data structure about chunks. Like, I don't know. I don't think it matters that much. Chunk and list. That's the entire file. We don't know what this is. Like, what these like identifiers are. Like, what is info? Info list. Like, what do we call that? A label or? all chunks have the following. So there's 4 bytes, an ASCII identifier for the chunk, the size, and the chunk itself, chunks that contain subchunks appearing after the identifier, and length. So there's an identifier. Let's call that an identifier, and then we'll just reuse that. So, or that the idea of an identifier. So that's for the fire. So now we have like, and then we basically want to just keep doing this until we run out of bytes. So like, I don't know what the right syntax for that is. So we can do something like this. So we're just gonna get in here, we're gonna do our thing. So then we're gonna say chunk header, chunk size, and chunk identifier. Oh. And this is where this gets a little weird, because it's going to be like if chunk header the problem is like, is this size, is this included in, I think the identifier, Let's just try this. Let's try this. Because we have no way to skip or seek, right? As far as we know in here, which is pretty weird. So we'll just read bytes, chunk size. So what I'm trying to do is just like skip, you know, read the things in and skip them. I don't know, something like this. I probably did something wrong. Did I screw up my... What have I done? You need to be right after this. Okay. What are you mad about? You're supposed to return a 0 or something? Curly brace expected, and that's what is there. So Now we're using, got this while loop that's inside this if loop that's inside this using, which is inside main, and that's our class and that's our namespace. So what is the... Okay. So we have these numbers, and I'm gonna guess these are all list. Like the literal characters list. I can just do this. So I'm guessing that those are, like, if we find list 54, 53. Wish I could, can I copy these bytes and paste them somewhere? Yes. But they're just backwards. $54, $53, $49, 4C. So we will get a chunk header and a chunk size. We're just kind of assuming that those are going to be chunks. And we're going to say... pretty lame to not be able to know the position we're in. That's actually really not cool. Like, to not know, doesn't that seem weird? Oh, maybe we need this base stream.position. I see. From the current position. Because the thing is, I don't know, like, it's going to be a little annoying because we're consuming... Anyway, so we don't want to say, like... Do we know? Is there always an identifier that comes after this? That is not included in the size? That's all right. We want this as code dot. So we found a list. The thing is, if we take this identifier because we want to know about the identifier, or chunk identifier, then when we seek, it needs to be minus data size in bytes. Or bits. It's bytes. -4 because we have, you know, we already consumed it. So we should have 4 lists in here. Are they all of type input? No, we have 3 different list types. So we have a list. How can I do this? I have to search one character at a time. Go. You just broken? So we have a list, then a size, then we have info. Somewhere else we're gonna have another list. Pretty dumb that why doesn't this search work? Anybody know? Did we break the hex reader? Well, very cool. Maybe we need a better hex editor. Best Windows hex editor. I want only the best, unless it costs money, and then I want the second best. The 6 best hex editors. Is it good? Oh man, I love the Windows XP look on it. I don't love it. Oh boy. I want a portable edition. I don't like installing things when I don't have to. I'm not going to open you because you're making me mad. Okay. Find a better hex editor. Wait. Portable setup. Those words don't make sense together. Why would I need an installer to install a portable version? Isn't that counter to the meaning? All right, that worked really well. Why would they make you install a portable version? All right, I got the portable version now. Okay. Let's look at this file. Open. List. Where's the next time list? List. STA. So next is list STA, list PDTA, and that's it. SDTA, PDTA, and info. So those are our 3, and those were actually different. Okay. We have the info. I already forgot what the other ones were. SDTA. And the next one was PDTA. And then those values are as follows. Because what I want to kind of do is be able to seek to like it's unfortunate that this has to be I guess it can be like start position. So if this was like reader.basestream.position is just a long because I kind of want to just be able to, it's like no matter what, we just skip over to the next position, you know, like we'll do our thing, but if we're not done, we don't actually care. So we don't have to perfectly parse and like get every byte, you know. We don't have to read and process everything. If we don't want to, we can just skip it. So this, you know, this is going to be like chunk start. And then that way we always know that if we want to just skip over the whole chunk, just to make sure that we have, we'll skip the whole chunk by saying chunk start position plus the chunk size. And in this case, we do want to seek origin from the beginning of the file. Right? So what this means is like when we get a new chunk, we're just going to say like, we're just going to keep track of where the chunk is. And then we'll do with, you know, then we'll deal with the chunk. But when we're ready to skip over it, we can skip over it. Okay. So now we need to say stuff like if our chunk identifier is equal to info is equal to for cc code.info, then we want to do a thing. And then same as if it's like, this could be a switch statement. Never liked these switch statements. They're so weird looking. We have an info code, the code.pdta, we have a code.s. I feel like SD came before PD actually. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but just. And we need to cast these to. Can I switch on that? You know? Yeah, you're smart. Great. So we just want to say, you know, info. you can imagine that if I knew what I was doing, this would be going much more quickly. But I feel like we're kind of getting the hang of it now a little bit. Again, I really don't know. Like long term, it's probably just not something I want to do to part in detail completely implement the sound font spec. Like probably just don't want to. Probably just don't want to do it. I just want to see. I just kind of want to see what we can do. That's all. Okay, so now, great. So now we know where we are, right? So like as far as getting the info chunk, we're here. And the thing that's just misleading to me is that this starts with these 4 bytes, but we have now consumed those bytes, right? So now, this is where things are going to get a little weird. I guess that the info chunk well defined? Like, do we know it's always going to be in the same order? The order of subchunks within the info chunk is arbitrary. So this is a little lame, right? Because that means for all these info chunks, we need to read because this says, okay, for example, we're going to have this IFIL chunk. And then we look at what that means, and we see that an IFIL chunk is this I-ver rec. IFIL chunk. And then it's, and then a song chunk and I name chunk, whatever. And then some of these things, like this I-ver rec, is just major and minor numbers. And what's lame about these is I feel like we can't skip them because you have to look at them and know what they are, because that's not really a chunk. This says it's an IFIL chunk. But all that chunk is this one thing. So does that have a size? Size, list. So we have info, and then we get IFIL, and we get a size for IFIL. Or no, that is an info chunk. No, it's a list. So we have IFIL and then a size of the IFIL. No, that's the actual value. This is pretty confusing. Because IFIL, right? It says it like this is a chunk. So we've made it past info. So we're done with info, right? And then we're going to look and say, okay, IFIL. Oh, it is a length. And it's only 4 bytes. I see. So that is a chunk. Interesting. So do we care if we're inside? Like, I mean, I guess we say like, okay, we're inside info land, so now we're going to do info stuff, right? And then I guess we want to just like kind of be sure that our position is less. This is pretty weird, man. Because we kind of got to do this same song and dance again. Where now we want a header, we want a size, you know, all this stuff. It's just that's not going to have a chunk identifier because only list and infos have that identifier. I guess. Like if it's a list and if it's an info. So we were inside info. We read that. So we're at the beginning of this next chunk. So I don't really know what to call this. Call it info chunk header and an info chunk size. I'm probably going to regret this because there's probably like chunks inside chunks all the way down. So maybe we will switch back to wanting to care about like, so like, are there chunks at level 3 or level 2? Level 4. I don't know how deep the chunks go. So these are all chunks. None of these are chunks, it would appear. So maybe we don't actually care. Maybe this is as deep as we need to go. So we probably want our like so we know where info started. I don't know. Let's just see how we do because we kind of want to loop through these now. We want a better way to do this than wait, what did I do? That was a weird thing to do. Why did I type that like that? What am I doing? Anyway, we went like some kind of macro or something. Okay. Because then we want to look at the info chunk and do that. And we just want to do this as long as, you know, as long as our position is less. As long as our position is less than the next, the position plus the chunk size. Let's try that. I don't know. I'm doing this for 2 hours. I still don't know what I'm doing. I feel like I'm kind of getting it. Very clumsy. Very clumsy process. So, I guess we're just going to say while we could have done the same thing up there, really. While reader.base.position is less than reader.base.position plus chunk size. Oops. There's a chunk size, and then let's just like eat that. We'll just eat the chunk size. And that's where we are. Okay, so let's seek from just from wherever we are, seek over it, and then just kind of loop over this. And then we want to print our oops. So this will let us go through all our info, friends. Presumably. Probably mess it up. We'll see. So we got an exception. Oh, well, this can't do that. This should be from the... because this is always moving forward. This should be from where we started, which was our chunk start position, right? So it kind of seemed like it was working. We went too far, but okay. So then we got all these dudes in here. So I want a way to print those as like code to string or something. So how would we do that? Shift the bits. Like, we want to... Oops. We just want to print the individual bytes as chars, you know? Codes a set of characters from the specified character into the specified byte. We want the opposite, though. So we do this and get the individual bytes. Get converter, get bytes for that, and then just print them out. Or we get the bytes. And then just print it as a char. Right? Something like that. Jiraj, how's it going? Look at your beautiful pink messages. Did you send messages before? I'm sorry, I missed it. totally missed your messages. I apologize. I wasn't even looking at chat. I am trying to write a parser for SoundFont 2 files, and I don't know. I don't know if I really like it, but we're just going ahead. So it's this file format for audio, basically, that has a bunch of audio samples inside of it. And so I'm writing a parser for it. It's a lot of work. And then even after we read the parser, it'll be a lot of work to implement. So I don't even know if I really want to do it. I just want to see if I can, kind of. 10 minutes. I was in the zone. What can I say? I was focused. Since you're VIP, you can do it. You can do alert. And that will make me look at chat. However, if you do that a lot, I will definitely take away VIP because it drives me a little bit crazy. If you do it like once per stream, it's probably okay. But if you do it too much, VIP status revoked. I should make it a sound that isn't so annoying. You can try it. Do you want to try it right now just to make sure it works? It should work for you. Just exclamation point alert. Awesome. So like, so there's all these things. Whatever. We'll just try this. I don't know if we have bit converter. The thing is, I think it's also backwards. Okay. So you're all done with your exams? Is everything easy now? Is life easy? You get to take a break? So we want to do like... Are you on vacation? This is a weird way to do this. There has to be a better way to do this. Oh man. What are you going to do with your vacation? Are you going to do anything fun? So let's try this code to string. Oh, that's not what we want to do at all though. Let's just return. Is this how you do this? That's not programming. Study holiday. Doesn't sound like a holiday. Oops. I deleted the code that actually did the work. Great. Falling apart over here. Are you taking any new classes next semester that are exciting? No. No, it's not exciting. Okay, let's try this thing now. We have so many parentheses. Why? Okay, what did we do wrong? You are a 4cc, so what's your problem? What? Does it have to be a this dot? Or do we just make this static? Did I not put it in the right place? You're not good at your studies, why not? You're not interested in any of it? Okay. Yeah, because this is wrong. That's why this crashed, because I did a bad job. There's not 4 bytes. Or there are only 4 bytes, so there's not a 4th byte index. Oops. Oh, I could have done that shortcut that does the increment. You don't... I thought you were studying software engineering. You don't like any of it? There's not any part of it that's interesting to you? How did I break this again? What would you rather do all day? So... We're not treating these as characters? Is that our problem? What's weird is characters are 2 bytes, but... Okay, look at us. Incredible. You know, like hacking? What kind of hacking? Okay, so this is good. But it's backwards. I thought I was supposed to print it backwards. Okay, apparently I wasn't. I guess when they come out of the get bytes, it reverses them for us. Oh, I see. Cybersecurity, ethical hacking. Are you going to get rich? Are you going to get bug bounties? Are you going to hack Apple and get them to give you $10 million? Okay, info, IFIL, iname. So this looks not bad, right? We got some stuff. And then we can... So I kind of want to not do... how do we want to do this? I just want to compare these to strings, basically. You know, I just want to like talk about them like they're strings, I think. And not have to do these types every time. I don't really want to do this every time. That means we can't do our switch statements, or can we? I think we can actually. I think we can do switch statements in, with strings now. Okay, this may be a bad idea and I might regret this. But let's just try it. So if instead it was like, I forgot. Put code to, why aren't you completing for me? To string. So the code to string header is equal to diff. I mean, it's one way or the other, right? We could also do the thing where we turn the string into codes, but I don't know. I don't know which one's better or worse. Okay, well, I'm very excited for you to get rich hacking Apple ethically. Code to string. This is probably a silly way to do this, but the other way would probably be better, and there's probably some macro-y way to do it, but so how do we want to do this, though? We'd have to do code to string here. And then you hacked an Android phone. I mean, I feel like the way you make money with it is doing bug bounties, right? Because really big companies often will pay people to, if you discover a bug in their software, like discover a security exploit, then and report it to them, and they verify it and they fix it, they can sometimes give you millions of dollars. I feel like that is a way people interested in cybersecurity make money. Okay, this seems to work. It's not the most efficient thing in the world, I'm sure. Like, this is pretty silly, I'm sure. But we could have, instead of doing this, like shifted the bytes ourselves. Okay, so, and we're always skipping to whatever the next thing is, so that's fine. So IFIL. So here's the thing that's pretty lame. Is what we want to do with these things. Do we want another switch? Like for the info chunk header? And just do a bunch of these. And if it is, for example, IFIL, it does one thing. If it's INOM, it does another thing. If it's ISING, it does another thing. It's a deep process. I don't know that much about it. I know a common thing that people will do is figure out, like, for example, they'll figure out like, oh, Apple or Google or whomever built this service, right? But way under the hood, they used a certain version of a certain open source library. And so we went and we looked at that open source library, say it uses OpenSSL or whatever. And we looked at the source code for OpenSSL because it's open source. And we found a bug in this library that they use that we could exploit. Then we can take it back and exploit the server or whatever. That's one way it happens. I'm definitely not an expert in it, but that is a way that I feel like I see fairly frequently, is somebody finding a bug in an underlying library and then using that as kind of a foothold. Okay, so for example, if we know there's an IFIL, what do we know about IFILs? I feel like in trying to do this, has almost talked me out of ever wanting to do this. So like we end up with this. We get 2 bytes. So we need to read we have to read a byte that is the major version, read a byte that's the minor version, and then we should be at the end of that. So, but it's not bytes, they're words. So word major equals reader.read bytes, or it's read it in 16. Oops. Where'd those letters come from? So that's what this is supposed to represent. This is like our version tag. Zero. Can't type sometimes. Major, minor. That work? Version tag 2.1. The game Watch Dogs? Yes. I don't think that's how hacking works in real life. I think it's really boring in real life. In real life, you spend hours going through old source code. I mean, like, there was a recent one. What was the recent one? Apple bug bounty. Didn't Apple pay somebody like $10 million or something recently? It was $100,000 last year for a security hole. Wow, this is horrible. That much of the page to an advertisement. So some security researchers in India found this one. So this one, I don't know if it actually was a problem with any underlying code. I think they just like looked at the service and kind of poked at the service until they figured out you could get, these are JSON web tokens is like a security token. So it looks like they just figured out they could get, so this looks like Apple just kind of built their service a little poorly, but there's people whose job this is. This is just like, just look at, so this looks like they maybe just poked at a web service until they found out, found a security hole and they reported it to Apple and they got $100,000. I thought there was a bigger one recently. Okay, maybe this is the one. $250,000. So this one was for 55 bugs. One of them I looked at recently were people like going through, they found vulnerabilities based on like existing libraries. But sometimes you just poke at a web service. Like, you know, you go to a website and you watch the network traffic and see what goes on, and then you try to mess with it a little bit and you play with it a little bit. Like, I mean, I don't know how frequent, you know, I think you have to be pretty good to get, that's a lot of bugs, 55 bugs. Another thing that you can do is like people might hire you to do security audits. So if like I built a service and I was like, I don't know if this service is secure, I better pay Diraj to try to break into it. And then you can say, yeah, I broke into it. Okay, so we did something wrong, it would seem, because we read 4 bytes, but then we got some garbage. So why did we get garbage? We like messed up our reading of somehow messed up our reading. So we got the info header, we got the info chunk size. We read 2 int 16s. It was only supposed to be 4 bytes. And we know that. So let's comment this out for a second and not read those and just try the, oh, we can't do this. We need to do info chunk start position plus the info chunk size. Begin. Yeah, that's our problem. Okay, so now we have finally, after 2.5 hours, read one piece of useful data from this file. So it's tremendous, very exciting. So we got an info list this is our info list. We got this info, the I file chunk. So our order is different. This has the I name next. So that's the INAM chunk. So what is an INAM chunk? Is a string of size, bytes. It's mandatory. It's the name. It contains an ASCII string of 256 or fewer, and then like 0 terminated. So how do we want to read that? So we know a number of bytes. So this would be something like a reader.read string. Reads, the string is prefixed with a length encoded as an integer 7 bits at a time. I don't think that's what we want. So what I don't understand though is, does the length of that I name let's try it. Read care. The info chunk size. It might be weird. Well, I'm not single care. Reader.read cares. Info chunk size. Can I cast this to a string? Oh, why not? So this is just the name. So I probably can't. How do we do that? There's got to be a way to do that, right? Sure. Like, we're not actually storing any of this stuff anywhere. We probably should be. Ugh, because we make an info chunk, we would know about all the stuff that goes inside of it, theoretically. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm just trying to read some stuff in. So we do end up with some, like... is that like the termination is wrong? That like removes the null terminator, which is, I don't love that. Just trim those off. That doesn't feel very tidy, but it's also kind of unimportant. Okay. So that gives us the name. Then ISNG is this. Subject, wavetable sound engine. So this is also like a name. So this is like the engine. This is really the same. And yes, we could certainly store this in some data structure. It's just weird, like stuff is optional or not, you know? Like what's optional? That's mandatory, that's mandatory, that's mandatory. So far these things are mandatory. Mandatory. Oops. So we could have, you know, we could make a big struct for that stuff, I guess. Oh, S and G. I guess. Wavetable sound engine. Okay. But what is IENG? Engineers. So that's a person. It's weird that the case on these is kind of weird to me, but oh well. Engineer. My dude Christian whatever. Christian Collins. Ugh, I gotta get a different theme. This is bad. This is a bad theme. Why am I using this theme that I can't see? It's bad. I don't like that very much, but at least it lets me know where things begin and end, because that's super annoying. Okay, so we have the engineer. Now we have Suft. So this is like the software. Is that mandatory? That one's optional. Oh, was engineer optional? Optional. libinst patch. I don't know that it's supposed to be software, but doesn't that seem like what it's supposed to be? Swift. Sound font compatible tools. Why would it be called SFT if it's not soft? I don't know. Okay. ICMT is comments. Oh, SFT is sound font tools. I see. Let's just make these a little more specific. Target sound engine. I name, sound font bank name. As I name, ISNG, target sound engine, IENG. Did I lose it? Sound designers and engineers. We'll just stick with engineers. And ISFT is sound font tools. Okay, whatever. Did I break it? Okay, ICMT is the comments, and those are presumably optional. Optional. I'll break our optional from our mandatory. Okay, here's my dude. Wow, that's a lot of comments. But I guess it's fine. Because we just read whatever amount it is. Okay. So then we have ICOP. ICOP is optional and it's copyright. Copyright? One word? I think so. Okay, we got my dude. We got my dude, Christian Collins. 1997 to 2015. He's been perfecting it for ages. Okay, so we have fully read the info header and then printed out the values. We stored none of them. None of them. Some are mandatory, some are optional. You know, we could just stick a we could have a data structure that was like the info structure, I guess, and do the thing, but I'm not too worried about that yet. Okay, so now we want to do this same thing, basically the exact same thing that we did up here for info, but do it for SDTA, I guess. Just loop through these and then just skip over them to start with. So we write the code for it. We missed something here, right? Yeah, we didn't get the loop. Okay, does this print the subheaders for what's its face? Doesn't seem like it did. We got SDTA, and then we SDTA, and then we started looping through them. I'm a little surprised at that. The base stream position is less than. Well, that's kind of weird. Why did we not get anything inside? Oh, maybe we did. Maybe SMPL is the only thing in there. Is a sample. I see. So SDTA contains a single optional sample subchunk, which contains all the RAM-based sound data associated with the SoundFont compatible bank. Sample chunk is of arbitrary length and contains an even number of bytes. The sample 24 chunk, SM24 subchunk, if present, is exactly 1/2 the size. Sample plus 1 byte. Okay, what does that mean? So we have a sample chunk, if present. So there's SM and SM24. So we only have SMPL right now. So let's only worry about that. Contains one or more samples of digital audio information in the form of linearly encoded 16-bit signed Little Endian words. Each sample is followed by a minimum of 46 zero-valued sample data points. These zero-value points necessary to guarantee that any reasonable upward pitch shift using any reasonable interpolator can loop on a zero data at the end of the sound. Okay, so how do we decode a sample? Sample chunk, digital audio sample for the upper 16 bits, digital audio samples for the lower 8 bits. I don't really understand that. So there's a sample chunk. So what's a sample chunk? Kind of think we should skip that at the moment. There's the info list chunk. So some of these we just didn't use because they're not in there, but that's fine. Okay. How does this work? I mean, is it really just... So we have the link, but what's in there? Like what's inside? Okay, I need a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. How does this work? How does anything work? Okay, I'm really confused about the least significant byte counterparts. Oh, I see. Oh, so you'd get all of these, and these would all be 16-bit samples, but then there's an additional 8 bits to turn it into 24 bits? Oh boy. The sample subchunk is not breaded, then it should be ignored. The iFeel version is less than... Oh boy. Okay, I'm not super worried about making like the most accurate. Only those samples contained. Okay. That's a pretty weird one. Within each sample, one or more loop points may exist. They're defined elsewhere. Okay. I still don't know how to read this. Like, I get it that that's all the sample data. But how do you know where the samples start and end? Or maybe you don't. Maybe you have to look at the other data. Like, is this just one enormous thing? It's kind of what it seems like. Okay, so like if you have... This contains all the RAM data associated with them. Okay. So you can have all this, and then you can also have all of that. And so they're just... So every 2 in here, there's 1 from 24. Whoa. Okay, whatever. This is pretty weird. Okay, but I don't think there's any indication of like where a sample starts and ends here. It's truly just all the sample data. Like this whole thing is just the sample data. So then we need SMPL. So this is going to be another, this is a byte array. It's just going to be read bytes of that much. Of SDTA chunk size. Right? Don't seem happy with that. Okay, well, first of all, that's a function. First of all, that's a function. Okay, so that's all of our sample data. So we have read all the sample data for whatever that's worth. Very exciting. We read the sample data. Okay, PDTA. I thought the sample data was going to be broken up, you know, into individual stuff, but I guess not. The Hydra data structure. The articulation data within a SoundFont 2 compatible files contained in 9 mandatory subchunks. This sounds like we need that Metal Gear Solid guy to read this. The Hydra data structure. Snake. The articulation data within a SoundFont 2 compatible files contained contained in 9 mandatory subchunks. This data is named Hydra after the mythical 9-headed beast. Snake. The structure has been designed for interchange purposes. It is not optimized for either runtime synthesis or on-the-fly editing. It is reasonable and proper for SoundFont compatible client programs to translate to and from Hydra structure. The Hydra structure as they read and write SoundFont compatible files. Okay. Well, cool. Here comes the Hydra. Let's get this whole friend down here. And we don't really know what's in here yet. And this is PDTA. Okay, so this is all the stuff that is inside of our PDTA. I really should add like a tab. So we just see the stuff indented. Okay. So what do we actually care about inside this? Probably everything, right? These are 9 mandatory. So we have a PDTA, we have PH header. So PH header is what we're on. Yeah, let's put a little indent in here, because why not? Oops. That's the same for you. Good grief. I just want to be able to see the indents. I'm sure we could have been more clever with some of these things, but it's fine. We did an indent. These friends. Okay, we got all this stuff. So we are on P header. So now we have a P header. Is this whole thing. Required listing all presets within SoundFont compatible file. It is always a multiple of 38 bytes in length and contains a minimum of 2 records, 1 record for each preset. Okay. So, is this always 20 characters? Do we just read this in? Presumably there's a terminator in here. I think in their language, a byte is a single, or a capital char is actually a byte, but maybe it's not. So for example, in our buddy, what is it, PDTA? So we get a PDTA, we get a header, we get marimba. Okay, the header does have a length, it looks like. So is that for the whole thing? That's the size of the whole header. Which is weird because that looked like a known. But it's a chunk, so I guess it does have a size. So we do, we know the size. Okay, yeah, we got it already. So we already read the size. So then the next thing is name. But that one's kind of weird because it's like read char 20. You know, it kind of looks like these, except we know that it's 20. This preset name. I feel like I maybe did something wrong there. Yeah, I think we broke some stuff. Like, is this actually reading 2 bytes? Oops. Like, that's a UTF-16. So that seems like this was actually wrong. Right? Because that seems like This should have been like tools and all of those. Was actually supposed to be, so like a Z-str. What's a Z-str? I don't know what that means. So what I'm not clear on is why that worked. Because that seems like when I did those read bytes, we were reading them as Did we just luck out? Because that seems wrong. Bit converter choose string, because it feels like what we actually should have done. Kind of feel like all these are wrong. And now we actually want I mean, they seem to be working, which is weird. Oops. So we get the bytes, and then like, is that the way to do this? And not this. We still may need to trim it. I screwed up. So do we get the bank name this time? Very good. Yes, you did a very good job. Actual character representation. Okay, is this what we want then? Where does encoding live? We get it? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, we still have the extra nonsense at the end. This feels a little more appropriate. Like we're reading the bytes instead of, because read chars. Chars are 2 bytes. Ugh. Is that right? This way? I might have done that backwards. Okay. I think that's really what we want, all in all these that are strings. Even though it seemed to be working, it just doesn't feel quite right. That seems to not work. Try that again. Grab all these. Yank. Grab all these. Highlight them all. Paste. No. Grab all these. Yank. Grab this. Paste over it. Do the same thing here, hit period. Kind of killing me then. Can I not, like, that worked that time for some reason. Okay, so that feels just a little better. Oh, it weirds me out a little less, I guess. So now when we're in here, this is now PDTA chunk size. So it's just, that's got a lot of, oh boy. So that's not right. We only really want to read 20 bytes? But it sets 20 characters, you know? So that's what's confusing me. Because in some cases, some places a char is a byte. So it seems like we want an array of 20 characters. And then we want to just skip, you know, because we have where we started, we have the size, we skip. So it doesn't really matter what I do in here. It should just skip to whatever the next header is. Unless PDTA. Okay, let's look at the hex, because maybe this is not working the way I expected it to. No, it's immediate. So there's a list. Oh. Of PDTA. Yeah, there's a list. And there's a size. Oh, wait. No. This is not right. So we have a list that is PDTA. Wait a minute. Why can't you find info? Info goes right into ifill. So how did we do that? We said info, we said ifill, because we'd already gotten all this stuff, and then we get the header. Yeah, so it's info, and then there's ifill, and then there's ifill size. PDTA, oops. PDTA, come on. Goes right into p header, and then there's a size. for the whole header. Oh. There's not multiple PD. Okay. So there's 4 bytes. Okay. But then there's like, how do we know how many bytes? Because we're only using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bytes for the header. So how do we know how long the header is? I mean, for the name. How do you know? Express in ASCII with unused terminal characters. I mean, that looks like it's 20 no matter what. But that doesn't make a ton of sense, right? That'd be the size, and then it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that would be like our unused. So is that just nonsense? And then there should be 2, 4, 6 bytes. 2, 4, 2, 4, 6 bytes. And then 4 bytes, 4 bytes, 4 bytes. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have an extra byte somehow. It's always a multiple of 38 though, so I think it's just padded. So I'm confused though. So this does not work the way we think it does. This is not that there's multiple P headers. There's just one P header. And then we've just got to go through that data 38 bytes at a time. Okay. So is P header a chunk? Is a subchunk. So this does qualify as a chunk. So this is a new chunk. So this is our like P header chunk. Start position. Right? Because this is a whole new thing. So we need So we have a P header and we have a P header chunk size. And we have a P header. So now we want to do another while loop, I guess. While I'm confused about this though. Something doesn't feel quite right because we got to loop through these. So like if it's a P header, so like if it was PDTA, we're going to loop through and find all the ones inside of it. And that's what like the sub chunks are. So we already are, that's already where we are. We already have that. We already know where we started. So weird. So we hit a P header. but it's just a bunch of these weird blobs in here. So we kind of need to be, I guess we just do this, like, this is the PD chunk start position. But the thing that's weird is this is always like a multiple of 38 bytes. So we gotta just kind of, whoa, what's up? Daraj, that's 2 alerts in one day. You're grounded. Did I miss something? Are you rich yet? Did you win a bug bounty? Okay, so the reader. What's wrong here? Oh, have a great night. Rest well. Tomorrow you've got to hack Apple. Make $100,000. Okay, so I've confused myself with the terminology here a little bit because this p header, this is our PDTA chunk. Like it's the chunk within the PDTA. So then we need to loop inside that. And we always want to be sure that if we don't use all of it, that we're just jumping to the end of it. Is that right? That's not where that goes. This goes here. Oh boy. Okay. People do it all the time. Those people just made $250,000 finding security exploits in Apple. That's how you make the big bucks. Okay. Have a great night. So, what am I doing here? 3.5 hours. What have we done? So now we've got to loop through this chunk, and we need to consume 38 bytes, right? So we need to so that's to get the name. So there's 20 of our bytes. So we need 18 more bytes, right? 38 bytes in length. That's weird math. How's that even possible? There's always it's a multiple of 38 bytes in length. So we need to consume all of that, and then we need to read an N16 3 times, and then we need to read an N32 . I mean, you can make money. If you find an iPhone exploit and tell Apple about it, they will pay you so much money. Read Int32. So we need 3 of these. That seems weird, right? So it's always a multiple of 38 bytes in length. So this is 4 bytes, 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, plus 20, that's 38. Okay, so as long as we're consuming... Whoa, that's too many alerts! Daraj, you can't alert so much. It's too much. You're gonna lose alert privileges. You're drunk with power. You're drunk with alert power. I never should have made the alert thing. What's wrong? What happened? Oh, do I have some... Yeah, I had a feeling about this. Somewhere in my cut and paste wildness. So that's inside that case. I'm a little worried that I've messed up my scopes here, which would be kind of bad. Yeah, thanks for the alert. Shoot, what did I do wrong? There needs to be a while loop inside here. We're going to jump to the end of it. No, we want to always do this. Not just if it's that. It's like no matter what happens, we want to jump to the end. And this should be the case. So like that. Okay, good night. Oh man, this is kind of a mess now. I definitely screwed up somewhere. So inside here, when we have one of these, we always want to consume after whatever our buddy is. So we're going to have a switch, and then after that, we want to just like eat up anything that's left. So that seems fine. So the thing that's a problem is there's only one of those. So why are you actually broken, or are you just being dumb? Okay, I think it was just being dumb. Okay, we got all our presets. So that wasn't so bad. We're not actually like, we still have a problem here. Why is that? The others seemed to read okay. Is the preset after marimba actually coupled harpsichord? Marimba coupled harpsichord. I think there may just be some junk data in here because we get some zeros here, and then this could just be junk. So I don't think this trim is a good strategy. Draclin. Here's the main problem. Draclin, I've missed you. The main problem is I need this in like dark mode, right? Because everybody hates light mode now. So where am I gonna get this? I need like a cool dark mode. I don't think this program is cool enough to be cool, though, is the problem. But here's the thing about it, is it doesn't crash the way that the hex editor that I got for Visual Studio Code crashes. So that makes it seem good. I could just invert my screen, maybe. Draclin, how have you been? Okay, so we're not actually... Okay, so my null termination handling is bad. So I really need to go to like the first index of the null terminator and not just trim it from the end, because there could be junk on the end, right? So yeah, man, we're out of control here. Look at this stuff. Look down here. We got stuff down here. We got invalid characters for printing. That's a pretty hackery thing to do, right? So I think we're going to do this in a different way and just look for the first null. Because I think this is a bad strategy. But then we have to do a substring with that, which is a bit annoying for sure. The Borg? What is the Borg? We just need to like strip the nulls. So we could just take all of these and say that this is a, this is really annoying. How do we want to fix this? I think we want to fix it in the following way, is just make like megabytes to string or something. Here's the main question. It's not a bug, it's a dumb bug. It's just that in this file, these strings are null terminated, but so I was just saying like I just throw away all the nulls at the end of the string, but it looks like sometimes there's junk after the nulls. Like here's my two nulls, but then there's junk after the nulls. So I can't just trim off the end. I need to do something dumb. Shoot, come back here. Wait, did I not copy that? Guess not. I still have not like fully internalized Vim mode. I'm mostly into it. But there's still some things I'm definitely clumsy with. Okay, so we want to do this. We want the byte string. And then we want to do return the byte string. This feels silly. Substring starting at 0 with a length being byte string dot index of the null character. How about that? How do you like them apples? Oops. I'm going to drag an item from your inventory and drop it into the world by dragging outside of the UI. Haven't worked. Whoa, you're back to that project? That project from a couple years ago? You can go screen space. You can like raycast from screen space and figure out where you'd be in the world, I guess. Okay, so this whole thing, we now just want to take all of these and make these, well, yeah, the multi-line is the thing that these new editors are better at. They just are. And so this thing tries to do it, but I feel like I just don't get it right. So we want to say bytes to string with these bytes. How about that? How do you like that? Broke it. What have I broken now? How do I keep ending up? Oh boy. How do I keep doing this? Where I've like messed up my indentation again. Hopefully I don't know how I could have done that. But the logic in this is really not good. So it'd be really easy to break everything. Is this where you wrote that C# server a long time ago? Your own custom server? Look at me doing C# here on the command. Who could believe it? Look at me just doing .NET over here. Okay, so you know, it's funny now that I think about it. We could just put this DLL in Unity. Cool. When you have some time, I need to talk to you for just like 20 minutes on Discord to help me figure out my Valheim server. I can't test the like outside in, and it seems like connection's not working. But that can be for another day. Okay, so we are reading these, and that's good. What is this data? Bone mass is so gross. Congratulations. I really don't like the bosses in that game very much. They're all pretty bad. The last boss is so tedious and so disappointing. This is what happens. This is why I shouldn't break my rule of not playing early access games, but I've done it. I lost our documentation. I have too many windows open. I don't know. I lost the sound font documentation. How did we lose? What have I done? Find it again. Oops. Okay. Sound fonts over there. Hex editor over here. Now we look like we're serious. Slack over there for some reason. Okay. So we are P header is where we are currently. So this is kind of a weird one, but I guess it's okay. The preset bag? What is a preset bag? Library genre morphology. So that's what these things are. Okay, so these are indices for stuff that comes later. pbag, I got it. Future implementation in a preset library management function should be preserved as red and created as 0. Well, sound font specification, I'm glad you're trying to future-proof yourself from 1999, but that day may never come. Okay, we'll just define these. We're not globally storing these anywhere yet, but let's just know what they are. So this is we're using our weird types. That's the bank. This is the preset bag index, seemingly, and these are these whatever. D-word, library, D-word, genre. I got tired of paying for that hosting, the whatever, gportal hosting for Valheim. It was good, but I'm not playing Valheim. So, but I did get my little home server, and I copied the world and have our world set up, morphology. And I can connect to it. I'm not sure about the outside connecting in. Okay. So we read that. We read it. Look at us doing stuff. We're doing stuff with, like, really reading. There's real programming here. You can tell because I got a hex editor open. Okay. Now we need a pbag. What's a pbag? A pbag I didn't forward all of those because the actual server documentation really only says 2456 and 2457 UDP and TCP, so I forwarded both of those. I guess I could try forwarding the others, but it didn't seem like I really had to. What I wonder is if it's something really dumb, like maybe my router is not inclusive on the port ranges. So when I put in 2456 to 2457, it's really only doing 2456, and I really need to do 2458, so it's inclusive of 2457. It could really be something that dumb. The other thing that's a bit dumb is that host names are not supported in the game. You have to use DNS, or you have to use IPs, but I have a dynamic IP, so that's a bit annoying. So I was trying it with the Steam server browser, but it's just, since I'm inside of all of this, yes, I should. I can see connections when I connect. You mean like trying to connect to other ones? Yeah, I did. Well, oh, they give you a static IP? Or like, so I have 9DNS set up so that I have a host name that always points to my house, but you still have to resolve it, you know? I haven't seen anywhere that actually gives you a static IP unless you pay. That would be interesting. But I've seen, you know, I have like 9DNS stuff set up with the Cloudflare API, so there's something that always points to me. Okay, what is a pbag? So it's all the preset zones within the SoundFont compatible file. It is always a multiple of 4 bytes in length and contains 1 record for each preset zone, plus 1 record for a terminal zone according to the structure whatever. I don't know what this means. Let's just read it in and figure it out later. It looks like we can use the exact same approach though, where we'll just read it as long as there is data. Pbag is gross. Gross. Yeah, the server browser does resolve the name. So I don't think it's that. I don't think it's a name resolution issue. It's just maybe I have my ports wrong, but also my friend who tested it is not super savvy in that realm, and so it could just be that he did not he didn't do it right. Okay, so we have two words to read. Two words. Property bag. So this is the property bag, and it will have a gen index. What does that mean? So that's a generator index. And it will have a modulator index. This code's getting real wide. Get real wide over here. Yeah, I can throw the address into Discord. Into mission control. Where am I? I think actually if you put a host name into the Steam server browser, it turns it into an IP anyway. Where are you, mission control? And the password is the same password, which is... We're never going to find it. Where's the password? And then the default port for Valheim is whatever. I forgot. 2457. Wait, is that what you told me before? Did I do it wrong? 2457 I think is incoming. Okay, here's the main question: is why am I doing this? I've almost spent 4 hours writing this parser, and I don't even know if I'm gonna like. I don't know if I want to use it. So we have a generator index. We have a modulator index. How's that? I mean, I don't know if this is right. Those look like numbers to me. They start small and they get bigger, so that could be something, right? I would believe that, I guess. Okay, so we have the P bag. Yeah, again, I feel like just going through the process of this has basically convinced me that I don't want to do this. But let's just try to get the file parsed before giving up completely. Pmod subchunk is a required subchunk listing all preset zone modulators. It is always a multiple of 10 bytes and contains 0 or more modulators plus a terminal record according to the structure. Okay. A terminal record. So is one just whole record empty? That's weird because these have types. So what is a... What are these? Oh. Okay, that's an enumeration type. Kind of want to just skip over that for now. More than anything, this was just an exercise for me to like practice file parsing, I guess. But I don't know what these, what does this mean? So it's an enum, but like what's the data type? What is the data type of this enumeration? Okay, actually, I have to respond to that. I'll be right back. It's me, I'm back. So SF modulator enumeration values are actually a combination of an index value. Oh boy. It is Ubuntu, but it's running inside a Docker container. And the ports, like I can SSHN with SSH forwarded, so it could just be that I didn't. I mean, it really would be funny if it was just that inclusive thing. So I don't know about that, but let me do that real fast, because that could be a real dumb thing. I have a Google router that just might be dumb in a dumb way. Port management. Okay, let's delete that. We will forward everything to Vigil, TCP and UDP. What did I say? 2456 to 2458. Is that what the range you did say? Yeah. I mean, I guess I can do all of these, but the actual server documentation doesn't say you need those other ones. I wonder what they're for. Like 2457 is definitely the port that Steam wants to hit. 2456, 2457. So I'll just do 2456 to 2458, just in case it wasn't inclusive. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. That's not a range. I bet that's not a range. I bet that is a... Okay, I need to look up how Google port. Let's see. That's not a range. That's a like external port and internal port, I bet. Okay, I'm just goofy. That is totally my own fault. Oh man, that means I have to do all these individually. Okay, 2, 4, 5, 6. We'll forward to 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I just had entered it wrong. I had assumed it was a range, because the way it's presented kind of looks like a range, but it's clearly not. 2, 4, 5, 7, 2, 2, 4, 5, 7. Nope. Yes, 2, 4, 5, 7, 2, 4, 5, 7. On TCP and UDP. I think technically, really think I only had to have 2, 4, 5, 7 forwarded. You did it. You're in. Okay, that was just me not understanding. That's my own fault. So I am really confused. So does that mean the enums are all 16-bit? A sound font S modulator enumeration are actually a combination of an index value with bit fields specifying source types and source palettes. The following diagram contains... So is this a D word? Is that what you're telling me? That this should be a D word? What did it say? Actually, that's a way to tell. What are we doing? We're done with pbag. We're in pmod. Pmod. D word is 32. Yeah, so these are just words, I think. So this is said, should be a multiple of 10 bytes. So there should be 10 bytes here. And there's 5 things. So these are all... Oh. These are all 2 bytes. They're only 2 bytes. Which is 16 bits, right? Isn't that a word? How is a word different than a short? Is a short different than a word? Is it signed or something? Okay, shorts can be negative, so that can be signed. So but that specifically says short, right? Is it specifically asking for shorts? For this at least? The mod amount? So what is mod amount? Mod amount. Assigned value. Okay, so we'll just make that one a short and the rest of them words. Keep forgetting what we're even looking at. So this is a case of pmod. So it's really just this again. And then we want the pmod subchunk. That's a preset bag. Oh boy. These are preset zone modulators. And it's going to have one short in here. I guess into system. Not do like a signed int? Or doesn't care? Whatever. Oh wait, all these are, so these were all supposed to be unsigned, huh? So I'm already messed up. So this is system int16 is a short. These should be unsigned. So is that not a thing that's here? Can I not do that here? Okay, I can have a uint16. So these are all unsigned. Ooh, right. Or is byte just automatically? Wait, can I not have a U? Oh. Word is U short. Yeah. That would be the same thing. I just get confused by those things. This is what I use in the documentation, so I just want to like label them as real types that I know what they are so that I'm not confused, or that I'm less confused. I'm definitely confused already, but at least I'm less confused. So bytes are already unsigned unless you do an S byte. Okay, what did I screw up then? Probably a lot of things. Can this be a read uint16? Yeah. So we got to change. What's your problem? Can't convert from a uint to an int? Why? You coward? Do it. Why would read bytes want the ability to have negative bytes? Maybe that's a thing. Maybe you can read backwards. That would seem kind of weird. I get it. Maybe you can. Okay. And you. So these should all be. I mean, I guess I could have made my own little wrappers. What's wrong with you? Oh wait, I put that in the wrong place. That's your problem. Okay, so there's those, and then some more of those. Okay. Then you can be a short. I forgot what you're called. And you're equal to reader, not read, and you are int, or are signed. Okay. So what are these field actually? All this, oh boy. I'm not gonna worry about those enumerator types yet. And may never worry about them. You're definitely losing steam on this. It was kind of cool to figure out how to do it, but no, the mod. What does that mean? Mod transform operator. Okay. So this is a preset zone modulator. I'm not even gonna bother. Whatever, I guess we can do the set source and dest. It's a lot more stuff in this file than I thought there was going to be. Okay, so we have all these. Presumably these are things. We haven't even actually found the thing that just tells you how to break up the audio. That was something I was actually hoping to get to. Like, ignore all this stuff and just figure out, like, tell me how to look at the audio samples. But boy, we have not found that. I don't want to skip to it. pgen. So that's the preset zone generators. This is for nothing. It's for nothing. It's just, I just woke up today kind of interested in trying to write a binary file parser, just because I was just interested in trying to do that. And then I've separately been interested in sound fonts lately and kind of wanted to use sound fonts for projects. And so I thought, like, well, what if I wrote a parser for sound fonts? Kind of grossly underestimating how complicated two things are. One, just how complicated the file structure is. It's actually ended up being pretty, it's taken a while just to start, you know, like get data out of it, but now we're on a roll with that. But like seeing how nuanced the data is and the way that like all of the different kinds of things you need to know before you play a sound are kind of discouraging me from actually implementing it, because there's no reason to. Like there's excellent libraries. Like there's a fluid synth library I could probably just write a wrapper for if I wanted to use that in Unity, and it does a very good job. Or there's Unity assets that do some similar things. So I don't know. It was just, I had other stuff that I thought I should work on, but then I decided that no, I should just pick a thing I'm interested in and work on that. I'm going to skip this for now, because I really just want to get to the instruments. So those are just names. Oh, there's this union of this. So it's really 2 bytes for this thing and 2 bytes for this thing. But that doesn't make very much sense. It says it's always a multiple of 4 bytes. But this says gen amount type is a word and a short and a range type. How could that be 4 bytes? It's always a multiple of 4 bytes in length and contains 1 or more generators for each. This doesn't make very much sense to me. I mean, we're assuming that this is a short also, but that gen amount looks like it has a word and a short. Oh, this is a union. I see. So it's at most a... Well, that's interesting. But I'm guessing, I think that means this is 2 bytes each. So it should be just a word and a word. If we just want to crank through it and just parse it, let's just do it. So that is pgen. So that kind of looks like this. I see. I was confused. That's just a union to look at one. Pgen is a preset zone generator. And we have so let's just do like value of one of the enumeration types. I guess operator means operation model. So that's really an operation. So these probably shouldn't be operator. So this is like generator operation and amount. Who are you, Pgen? We'll just go with that. Maybe. Okay, we have operations, we have amounts. Now we're up to insts, which I assume is instruments. Oh boy. How's that different than the, what did we start with? So that's just the header. So that's the presets, preset header. So now we are to instruments. Listing all the instruments. So we get a name and an instrument bag index. So that really sounds a lot like this. How big's the index? Is one word. So that kind of sounds like this. Oh, did someone write a A sound font parser in JavaScript? Doesn't surprise me. I think there's a million different implementations. Yeah, I just wanted to try. I wanted to try to do something straight from the spec. You know, I wanted to try to. The thing that kind of inspired this is I have watched someone. I've been watching someone write an emulator for a 6502 chip, and one of the things he said is like, I'm not going to look at other emulators because I don't want to build an emulator from an emulator. I want to build it based on the real spec. And so like, I at least for now, like I want to try to build it directly from the spec without hints on how to do it. But I'm sure if I actually needed to implement this, you know, I would have a hard time. But I just want to try building something straight from, you know, straight from the paper. So we have an instrument name and an instrument bag index. Right? Something like that. Okay. So we got all this stuff. We got these indices. Very exciting. Goodbye, Jacqueline. Thanks for stopping by. So... Okay. So now we have a bag. This is the instrument zones. It's 4 bytes. It's going to be 2 words. So that's the instrument generator index and the instrument modulator index. So that seems easy enough. So that was an iBag. Oops. So this is a I don't know, instrument bag, generator index, modulator index. Okay, something like that. Oops. Good boy. iMod, iGen, and shader, whatever that is. I still don't. I feel like we still don't know how to like talk to that blob. iMod is a subchunk, so it's this thing. Did we not do this already? What is the thing we did that looks just like this? So does pmod just look just like iMod? Sure looks like sure looks just like this. That an instrument zone modulator? Let me do it. And then is iGen going to be exactly the same as something we've already seen? iGen is an operator and amount. So this pgen is going to be an iGen. I guess you can do the same thing to presets and zones. I don't know. Or one, I mean, instruments and presets. Like one wraps the other. Not really sure which is which. Look at these instrument zone and generators. Okay. Shader. Okay, the thing we've actually been wanting this whole time. Oh my gosh. What a whew. The actual sample data, which is like, it's all we've wanted. It's all I've wanted in this world. So that's like the sample header, I guess. Well, we gotta do this whole thing, right? We probably gotta loop through and do the whole thing, so let's just do one of these. That was too many, ugh, too many lines. Okay, so we're gonna loop through the shader, sample header, and what do we need? We need all this stuff. Excuse me. I don't know, I can't, okay. So we got to do that read 20 thing again. So this is the sample name first. Okay. And then we need D words. These are all going to be start loop, in loop, sample rate. These are all going to be a reader. Read int. Read a uint 16, right? Oops. What it? Start loop and end loop and all that fun stuff. We have a single byte. I guess it's just a reader.read byte. I assume it is unsigned. We have a char, which I think we just want a byte. That we cast. Because up here, really we want a char and a byte to be the same thing, I think, right? I don't know. I'm confused about that. Whether that's supposed to be 2 bytes or 1 byte. We'll do the math and try to figure it out. And then we have a word that is a reader.read. Wait, these are doubles. These are all 32s. Wait, why didn't you let me? Okay. You're UN 16. And then I think we just decided that this... Did we decide these types? are just words. I mean, we could go and define those types. Oh boy. So we get a place where a sample starts and a place where a sample ends, which is interesting. Okay, maybe we did that right, maybe we didn't. These should be 46 bytes. So minus 20, so it should be 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 20. So then we need 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, if that's a word. Okay, so I think that works. You sure print slowly, friend. Okay, so these are all of our samples, and we know the start and end points. So like, the thing that's kind of lame, I was just have to say, like, we don't really have to read all this into, like, we read all of the whole thing into memory. And I guess we don't really have to, because we know where they start and end. Is it in the file, though, or is it relative to the start of the chunk, or whatever? The index in sample data points from the beginning of the sample data field in the first data point of the what? So that's not the thing we want, actually. So that's the, like, the samples start and end. We want to know where the data is. So sample link, maybe it's sample link. This sounds like that can be negative, which is weird. Can care be negative? This is the worst website I've ever seen. Just tell me the size. So it's 1 byte. What is it? Like, that's kind of weird that it could be, that they would use that for assigned value. Okay, anyway. We are looking for the W sample link. So if the sample type is mono, then sample link is undefined and its value should be converted to 0. Oh, I see. Well, this is not what I thought it was. This is listing all of the samples within the sample subchunk. Okay, so maybe that is right. Maybe it really is from our index in sample data points. What is a sample data point? index until from the beginning of the sample data to the first of the set of 46 0 points following the sample. And then there can be loops. So how do we, okay, so we parse our whole file. So we have that. Now, how do we find that? I just want to like find a sample. That'll be like the grand finale for today. So linearly encoded 16-bit signed little Indian so start and end you would expect to be okay. So if let's log those. Oh, it's so slow now. Is it all the printing? It's just really slow to print all this stuff. So you'd kind of expect so acoustic bass starts at the beginning and it ends 13,000 sample points, but the samples are all 16-bit. And also it can matter if they are stereo or mono. Okay, let's look at the real thing that knows what it's doing. One second. What am I doing? No, still broken. Okay, anyway, so yeah, we were gonna try to look at that in this thing. No, where's the other thing? So samples, it's kind of weird that it shows this alphabetically and not in the order that we would expect, but it's really acoustic bass C3 is seemingly the very start. And our size 13824, yeah. That seems right. And the loop is, the type is mono. There's no link. So I was hoping this would show us a little more info. But perhaps not. So it's used in that instrument. Oh, that's quite a loop there. What? Okay, so we have that data. So how do we get that data out? So this is in samples. Okay. From the beginning of the sample data field contains the index in sample data points from the beginning of the sample data field to the first data point of the sample. And then it says there's like 46 zeros. So end sample data points from the beginning to the first of the set of 46 zeros, which is weird because there's only 20. Excuse me, this starts 32 later, right? And this seems like this starts 32 later. Doesn't seem like there are 46 zeros. It says followed by a minimum of 46 zero value data points. Zero valued sample data points. But is sample data point 2 bytes? Linearly coded 16-bit signed Little Endian I mean, at least it's good. It seems like we're getting all our numbers in correctly and all that stuff. So that's a good sign. Kind of cool if there's a way to just like play. Just play back some audio samples. Just see if we can just grab them. If there's any way to easily. Something like this. We read the file and we just do this thing. Scientificprogrammer.net. We just, you know, we've been doing this for like 4 hours and 40 minutes. It'd be kind of cool to just like play one sample. Just play one sample. What? Why are we talking about Node.js? Good boy. So as long as we can get the data, can we do the thing? Like a wave reader? Like a wave out event. I just want to play a bunch of samples. Website. Don't change it to examples. Change it. Leave me alone. What? I don't even know if this is stereo or not. Does that thing tell us? This thing? It's mono. To get all the samples. Oh yeah. So those are gonna be of linearly coded 16-bit signed. Oh boy. New audio file reader. Raw source wave stream. I just cram this in this file. We're gonna regret this. Probably gonna regret this, but let's do it anyway. I don't know the sample rate. I don't know what namespace these things are in. Also don't know that. What else do we need? I don't know what namespace these things are in. What are you? Do I have to have in audio? Oh, there's just no like system way to do it, so I have to have this. Oy. Am I gonna regret this? Probably gonna regret this, but let's just do it. Good grief. Copy? I don't know what I'm doing. Now can I do a use? Did I break something in here? What happened here? Do I need like a just using an audio? Where does this stuff live, everybody? Target platform must be set to Windows. I don't know how to do that. I go in here somewhere? I don't remember how to do this. Target framework property. The target framework property of what? We want all this fun stuff. Is that not where all these friends live? audio.wave. Seems like we should be in audio.wave. Okay, I don't know how to compile this. So what is the thing? Is that in here? This is gonna be horrible. Is it gonna be loud and ruin my ears when it's done? Did we do something very silly? Okay, so we can play a sound. That's great. It's not the sound we want. That's the sound we got. So, are we brave enough to try to do this? We spent so much time on this today. I feel like I just want to hear a sound. Is that a crime? I just want to hear a sound play. So these are the samples. It's raw sample rate. So this we write it in here. So like we know some of the stuff. We know the sample. We have the sample name, we have the sample rate. So we just need to like, and we have the sample data somewhere, right? It's here, the sample data. So we have the whole sample data, so we know where to start. The problem is these are all in bytes, and we need to be like reading 2 samples, whatever. So like, I guess we would just always multiply times 2 to get the 16. I don't know. But just like say, theoretically. No, we had this up here. So we knew the sample data. We've got it. We've got it stored. It's all good. And so that down here, when we do this raw stuff, we have a sample rate. We have a number of samples. We have a sample rate. Sample rate. And then end minus start will be the number of samples. So, I mean, I kind of want to just fake it to start with, you know? We're never going to find this. Where is it? It takes so long to run. Got a lot of samples in there. So this is like our business. So we also need to know the sample rate. Do we care about anything else? Prints so slowly. Non-static. What's wrong? Oh, don't do that in here. You can do it in here. Get ready for the fun noise. I didn't play the fun noise. What did I do wrong? Why didn't we get the fun noise? But I got the fun noise when I ran it from the command line. We just comment out all this printing because the printing is what's so slow. That's horrible. Sorry.
Talk to me.
Okay, we know this now. So let's like comment out some of the stuff that's in P land, because we just don't care about anything in P land right now, I don't think. Or we don't care much about it. P-bag, we don't care much about. Let's just care about samples, and then I'm definitely going to screw this up. It's going to be great. Okay, so we know the sample rate. And this is in samples, so this is double bytes. Like, maybe, I don't know. We don't need, okay, basically what we need is not any of this. We need our own so how many bytes do we need for this? Well, it's mono, right? So we need like end minus start. What were these numbers? Oh, there are weird types. What, the samples? Was it also the sample rate? Okay, so okay, and then we want, how does this work? If it's bytes, does it just know? Like we just copy it straight up? If that's the number of samples. We copy a range of, that's what's confusing though, is this, it's like, weesh. Like we just want part of this byte array Like a block copy. You know, like, so from the source array, which is our sample data, at an offset of start, and the destination is raw. We probably actually do still need to. Oops. Shoot. Okay, whatever. So our sample data, starting at start to raw, starting at 0, and then n minus start times 2. What's the matter with you? You're not sample data? Sample data. Hello, Obama. Hello, everyone. Hello, baby. Hello, hi. Hello, Mia for life. Hello, Juna Maiden. Where did you all come from? What happened? Oh my gosh. There's a million people here. Was there just a raid that I don't know about? Did I get secretly raided while I was looking at nothing? Oh my gosh, a raid by Mr. Beast? Are you serious? When I'm doing like the most boring thing of all time? This is outrageous. Why? A raid, you had to wait till I was doing like the most boring thing I've ever done in my entire life. And now you raid me? Oh my gosh. Well, I'm stunned. I'm just shocked by all of this. What can we do? What are we gonna do now? Now oh my gosh. There's too much happening. I can't even read anything going on in the chat. It's just too much. You're all killing me. Everyone is very excited about a website. This is very exciting. This is definitely totally real. Are you all robots? Is every single one of you people a robot? Hello, robots. I knew it. Maya for life is real. Okay, show of hands. Who's real and who's a robot? Are you real? Try, if you're real, click on the stream. Is heat turned on? I think heat's turned on, right? You should be able to click on me. We have heat turned on? Yeah. You can click the stream, and then I'll know you're real. Heat is on. Look at the link. I don't know if I trust that link. Are you trying to steal my identity? This looks like you're trying to steal my identity. I think my identity's been stolen. I just don't even know what happened. There was so much. I was so shocked by the 12 million people that really wanted me to go to a certain website. Is a little suspicious. You want to steal my ID? It's fine. You can have my identity. It's not a very good one. Wait, did I accidentally permit that? I didn't mean to permit that. That's not a word I meant to permit. I messed up. I clicked the wrong allow. First you have to look exactly like me. So you need to go get plastic surgery so you look exactly like me. Here, let me just give you a picture of me. And then you can just take it to the plastic surgeon. Just go to the plastic surgeon and say you want to look exactly like this. And then it'll just be like the movie Two-Face, the documentary Two-Face. All these kisses. Thanks for the kisses. Do I trust these links? I don't know. I don't trust any of these links. It's all very suspicious. My nephew saw me on Easter and asked why I looked like Jesus from a movie. And, you know, I just said it's my Easter costume, obviously. Everybody, it's just what you do on Easter. I have a problem here, actually. I don't really know what to do about it. What are we going to do about this problem? Should I switch to something else? You came at such a boring time when we're doing this terribly boring thing. Because we kind of have this dumb problem here. We set it inside. We set that there. We just set it to nothing to start with, because who cares? Because who cares? We initialize it to nothing. It's probably going to make horrible noises in a minute. I hope you're prepared. No, I don't know what that website is. It's going to steal my identity. I don't trust it. Why would I go there and have my identity stolen? Seems like a bad idea. We still printed more stuff than we meant to. I played this. Oh my god. I can't believe it. What a triumph. I can't believe that worked. You have no idea how excited I am. Oh no, I looked. You stole now you got my IP address. What am I gonna do? So we can listen to a helicopter now? Okay, I'm very pleased because I've been working for like 5 hours now to parse the sound font file. And now we can play a file from it. What a shock. So, you know, in theory, we could play a helicopter. I know this does not look exciting. It's so exciting though, because it took me so long to write this parser. It took so long. This is life-changing. Except we still have to write. Oh man, I don't want to do it. It's gonna be annoying. Okay, we're having editor issues again. Is that number too big? You're breaking my heart. Why is this so bad? Can I just paste this in here? I super can't. Why? Very annoying. Very silly. Those numbers too big now? Oh no, you're gonna show up at my house and kill me? Let's see. This is okay. First of all, this is not right at all. I thought I could pay. Okay, I'm confused here because I thought even with the Vim add-on, I could still copy and paste. That time it kind of seemed like it worked. Who knows? So what is the problem here? It can't? Is that bigger than a short? Really? Those are just D words. What? Isn't a D word? Oh, those are 32-bit. That's why. Start is also 32-bit. So start and sample, those are all 32-bit. Of course, they're 30 bits. Everybody knows that. Remember when I got rated and I was famous for a minute? It was a real shock. So block copy wants unsigned. Why do you care? Why do you care? Well, when you were the... Doesn't that seem weird? Again, I guess you can copy backwards. Guess I'm not famous anymore. It was good while it lasted. And is this the same problem? Is this really wants a... It's weird. Okay, now can we be a helicopter? So it doesn't work when I do debug. I don't know why. Why does it exit when I run in debug mode and not when I run from the command line? Doesn't really make any sense. That didn't sound good. Because I did these all wrong. These are the wrong numbers. These are definitely the wrong numbers. How'd I get them so wrong? So seriously, can I not do this? Control C. Control V. It worked that time. I don't know what I was doing before. Okay, so now do you sound like a helicopter? No, that sounded like running water. So why would that be true? Our start should it really be start times 2? I think it must be start times 2 if those are just bytes. Okay. Yes, there was a helicopter. It sounded really fast, but maybe that's just what it's supposed to sound like. So the helicopter... Helicopter. Okay, so I don't really mean to edit anything. Well, we can extract raw wave audio. So I think that would work in Unity actually. So we could at least in theory, in Unity, open up and parse this monstrosity. The thing is, I don't know. Maybe it's bad to load it all into memory. Maybe it doesn't really matter. Maybe it'd be better to load it all into memory and then just stream through it instead of doing the streaming from the file system. But it kind of seems like we've done the thing. And I'm honestly, even with as trivial as this seems, I'm sort of astounded that it worked. You know, just because it's so easy to mess up stuff like this. Memory stream. Raw source wave stream. Wave out event. I'm just making this somewhat legible. Okay. So we play the sample rate. What are these other? Oh, the bit depth and the channels. Yeah, we don't know. Some of those things, like there easily could be different sample rates in here. These like sample types, I guess, could be mono or stereo or whatever. I don't know. Pitch correction, stuff like that. Okay, well, we kind of did the thing that was the goal to do. We were able to parse a sound font file and play audio from that sound font file. So that is something. At least. I'm a little surprised. It'd be kind of cool to do, or you could do a memory stream for the whole thing and then just resource wave stream. Like if there's a way to just give it start and stop, you know, so that we wouldn't have to do the thing above and we could just do a memory stream. We have unsigned bytes. We have the byte buffer, writable. Based on the specified region. Okay, so this is a index and account. So maybe we can just do this with our raw samples, with our sample data, with a basically start times 2 and times 2. And then we would not need to do this. I don't know about that. Let's try it. All my new fans are gone. Sad. Stole my identity now. They have my IP address. It has a port open. It's true. I just forwarded some ports. I'm Remember when Mr. Beast raided me? It was amazing. I don't know why this doesn't play when we do it this way. Why is that? Because it's exiting code 0, like everything's fine. Look at this, it just doesn't do this. Well, why would that be? Not weird, right? Okay, so that's actually kind of cool because that means we can just like, I don't know how you do that in Unity actually. You know, it'd be kind of cool to just point to the giant blob of memory that's there. We'd have to do it in a different way anyway. Because we'd probably have to get like little clips of data and then, I don't know, maybe there's some memory efficient way to do it in Unity, but I kind of don't think so. Okay, we've been streaming too long. It's time to go do some work, eat some food. I think I have to actually start working tomorrow. I didn't get my contract yet. My contract? No. No. It would appear not. So I got all these new follows from these robots. It's awesome. I love follows from robots, especially Mr. Beast robots. It's funny though, I got I got an achievement for that. So great. What is the achievement I just got because of that? What is thy bidding? Completed. I'm a little confused. What is thy bidding? It says I got the achievement, what is thy bidding number 1? I think my achievements reset in a weird way and they keep popping in a weird way. Because as of this moment, it says I have 726 followers. I mean, you know, they're all definitely real also. And this says I'm trying to hit a, what is thy bidding for? Which is reach 200 followers. So I don't know, maybe the stuff resets over time, or maybe when they add new things, it doesn't start counting from the dawn of time. What's our next major achievement? It's very exciting. Is talk to me. 25 people chatting, same time. Only 21, sad. Uh-oh, is that email my contract coming? No. No, not a contract. Stream for 1,000 hours in total? I feel like I've probably streamed for more than 1,000 hours total. Maybe not. I don't know about Twitch anymore. I don't know what to do anymore now that it's basically just OnlyFans. Like hot tub OnlyFans. To see what's on the, let's just check out just chatting. Twitch.tv, just chatting. Oh, just go to the just chatting. Yeah. Those aren't real. I don't think those are real. Can I sort by most viewers? The most viewers is a person reacting. Is this all people reacting? Oh boy. Fewer hot tubs than you might expect today. Wonder why. It's a bad day for hot tubs? No hot tubs. Oh, there we go. That's a hot tub. Oh, it's a bikini try on stream. Great. Cool. Good news. It's great news. So anyway, so we made this thing. I don't know. It was like, I feel good about doing the parsing. I don't know that I did that the best way. It kind of makes sense. You know, you have these three like big high level things and the smaller things, but I think we parsed every byte in the file as far as I know. I guess we could have tracked that in some way just to make sure we actually were. We only parsed the stuff that happened to be in this file, so I'm sure there's other stuff from other, in fact we know there's other things from other sound font files that we didn't handle. But anyway, we got the basics in for a sound font file that I like. And then we got the instrument stuff in. The thing that is just so intense is, so you get these. Is the tuning part of the sample? Is that just that bass pitch? Original pitch, I see. And there's a pitch correction. Because just doing that seems not really hard. You know, just say if we were like, what if we wanted to try to make an instrument? In theory. I still don't think I fully understand. Yeah, these are like different kinds of grands. So I think instruments kind of comes next. And then an instrument is what's going to play all those individual samples. Because a preset doesn't do that, right? I'm a little confused about the terminology of an instrument versus a preset. But you have all these things and you have like the key range. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't look like the thing. It looks like we'd actually... So is an instrument is really just a group of samples. And then a key range that can be used for it. And there's all this other stuff that we just don't, yeah. But there's these additional, like, all these modulators that I keep accidentally scrolling over. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't think, what do I think? I guess I think that if I was gonna do sound font stuff, that I would try to just wrap libfluidsynth, I guess. But what I don't really understand is like its audio output. Like how would you make it talk? Fluid audio driver. That's what I don't really understand. Is like how you'd tie this to Unity audio land is where it's a little lost on me. Seems like it wouldn't be that hard to tie into other stuff. But the audio driver seems tricky. That part seems tricky. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's, I mean, or maybe somebody's done it so that it's not complicated or be easy enough to grab. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know that we're going to revisit this, honestly. I think it was good practice. It was interesting to try. It was more just a challenge to see if I could. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. Maybe nothing ever again, but I think I'm done for the day. You know, eat food and then send emails. Very exciting. Thanks for hanging out, Diraj and Kyle and Draklin and all my hundreds of new fans from my raid by Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast on Twitch even? He's just on YouTube. Anyway, I don't know. I'm an old person. I don't know these things. All I know about is Wombo. That's it. Okay. Have a lovely day, and we will talk again some other time. Okay. Goodbye.